I guess it's just not gonna work today. Oh, no, it works. Wait. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Appreciate it. And now it's live. Do I use React? I do. Alright. So, let's just continue. Yeah. YouTube stream wasn't working initially. So, fun times. Okay, so we're in the middle of moving this physics stuff over. We're working on creating a wrapper, and we're just going to have it run side by side. So whenever the container updates the regular pull physics logic, it's also going to update the new physics logic. And then I'm going to compare the state of the game and just make sure that the state is identical. So there's table, there's view. What does this view update? What does it do? It updates the camera, so we don't care about the view. That doesn't really matter. I'm curious what happens if I just remove... Okay. So we need this. How much math is required to build physics in a game? Yes. Absolutely, Bumpy. Yes. Physics requires math. Alright, queue update. What does this queue update do? Let's make that a number. This dot t. Well, what does that do, though? So on hit, it sets t to 0. Move to pause. What is pause? So vector 3 like. Or vector 3. Are there any other types in here? Show helper, which is supposed to be, I guess, visible. Sure. Okay, did we miss any other types? Yeah, what is this? Oh god, it's something that has a pause in it. Ugh. Okay, what things have positions? Balls have positions. It must be a ball. And then delta, I'm guessing, is a number. This is probably some number as well. I don't know why it's being multiplied by 1. That doesn't make any sense. And how many of these are actually private? Howdy, Wolf. Glad to have you here. Merry Happy Christmas. Helper mesh. Oof. It's used by table. That's unfortunate. It would be nice to make those, like, private. Okay, but it looks like it's read-only. And it looks like that's also read-only. I can't go into 2025 with that username? Sure he can, but he'll probably change it. You know, Wolf likes to change his username a lot. Is there anything Java does for web servers that other MVC frameworks don't do? I mean, I struggled with performance with Java, shockingly. Like, I was looking into switching Foony from being TypeScript to Java at one point and decided against it. It was easier to write code in TypeScript and faster, and the performance was basically identical. Java with Spring? No, I used something else. I don't remember what I used. I didn't spend too long on it. I was just like, how hard is this going to be to get like better performance? And it ended up being more of a pain than I was hoping. This is used in diagrams. But we don't care about diagrams. So what if I don't have diagrams? I'm just gonna delete it. One less thing to care about. Because now I can make this private. Oh no, what the hell is replay? Do I ever use replay? Let's see. So it should throw lots of errors if it ever actually happens as part of the physics. And it doesn't look like it does, which means I think I can delete it. As long as the tests don't use it, because I am using the tests. Arg. It's used by the tests. Okay, fine. But that's useful to know. I know I don't have to mess with replay. But yeah, we'll update that later. You've been missing in action for a while. You have, Wolf. Where have you been? Doing your monthly check-in. You can hang out more than once a month, Wolf. But I appreciate you, popping in. Working? Fair enough. I did like 100 push-ups. At least. No, it was like 20. Or something. Still a lot. You procrastinate when you're in here? Oof. That's unfortunate. Alrighty. So what do we want to do here? This is, make this private, only used by replay.ts and tests. Which is, I guess, visible for testing, but slightly different. Okay, we can't make aim inputs private, at least not yet. But it looks like a lot of this could be private. Is that spin? Table.q. Okay, so that's how it's doing it. It looks as if it's actually modifying the spin more frequently than I would expect. That's not how we do it on foony. On foony we have like apply impulse. Whereas here it happens a lot. Which doesn't make any sense. Howdy, Volard. You have someone with 12 years of experience in .NET looking for a job, and they've been looking for 10 months? That's a long time to be looking. Why did I try Java and not Go and .NET? Because when I worked at Google, I used Java, and so I was very proficient in Java. And I wanted to use something I was proficient in, although I think Golang would be a very solid choice, and I think it would give much more performance compared to TypeScript. Someone said you should learn Java and PHP to get into web dev. I mean, React is big too. It just depends what kind of jobs you're targeting, and yeah. If you're struggling though for like 10 months to find a job, you need to be like sharpening your skills. 10 months is a suspicious amount of time to be looking. Um, I can't imagine it being that crazy, especially if you've got 12 years experience. Um, yeah, like I mean, I hire anyone who's got like a great portfolio and everything. Kind of. I mean, I haven't hired anyone new in a while for foony, but yeah, I wonder how many people are just like on the fence waiting to see like where LLMs are going to be in like a year before they hire lots. Everyone from Europe wants to come to Switzerland. I mean, Switzerland seems like a pretty great place. Seems very safe. Posture check, sure thing. All right. For each job posting, it's like 100 candidates. Yeah, but I mean, most of them aren't going to be qualified. Alrighty. So how does the set spin work? This dot aim, which is an aim event. Avoid the cue touching other balls. What? How does that work? The offset y plus equals 0.1. I'm curious on this. So I'm guessing the y is going to be like your height. So it seems like this just moves the cue stick up vertically. Or I guess it like does this weird thing. That's a bit strange. There's a raycaster. The origin is from the cue ball. That seems like it's the cue ball. I don't quite get it. When you start a new project, you're never clear about the architecture of the classes. I mean, that comes with time. Be spawny. Do I have any resources or books or courses to suggest for this? Try to think of it like a separate kind of like services with like a well-defined API. Like you've got like your account thing, you've got like your networking layer, you know, like maybe you've got like, I don't know, it kind of comes with time, like practice. You just kind of learn to keep things private and constant, and read-only is kind of like the biggest thing. Really helps minimize like the API surface or whatever. But yeah, it's something I'd have to think on more. For me, it just kind of, it's not something I think about. Alright, so what is this adjustment? It's got an offset x, offset y. Is it just an offset x and y? It is. And where is this being called from? That's unfortunate. It gets called from 2 places. You work on a monolith in Java? 5 billion rows of code? I doubt it. Big doubt. Maybe 5 million. Design patterns everywhere? Yeah. I've seen projects with design patterns everywhere. This project has design patterns everywhere. Not foony, but the one I'm working with is like an MVC pattern. Alright, let's say ball width, which is supposed to be a number. Obviously. Yeah. So many things to change. But the show overlay. Man, these things are just getting called from everywhere. This one's not, though. This is private. It's weird that like that function is done this way instead of like all of the other functions. Like, why not just call it private power changed? Why have the weird format? That doesn't make any sense. Because it's on a... I see. But why bother doing it this way? What about this add listeners? Is this add listeners called from anywhere? No, it's not. That means it's private. Which means it only gets called once. And if it only gets called once, I know that I don't have to do it this way. Ispani, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. So we want to look at mouse move, which is just a really simple thing. I'm just going to inline it here. That way when I don't have to think about it quite as much. It's closer to where it's defined. Power changed, equally just as simple. It's only used once. So let's not think about it and just inline it there. This is weird. We don't write code like this because it's confusing. We write it like this instead because it's more clear. This .hit is used in 2 places. we'll do it like that. Let's move it though, so that the things related to onHit are kind of in their own spot. Nothing uses hit now. Mouse wheel is a bit much. Not sure I love it. But it's slightly simpler. Okay. I still don't fully grasp how this aim inputs thing is working here. But it seems like the spin gets adjusted prematurely. The problem is that if I adjust the spin prematurely like this, it's actually updating the cue ball itself. And that is going to throw off the simulation. So where is this getting called from? It's private. Nice. How about this code? Basically private. How about this code? Aim moves the cue ball in the constructor? Oh, that's weird. Oh, wait. Okay, so cue here is the cue stick. Right. Okay, so this is the cue stick then, not the cue ball. It's a bit tricky because I think this code uses it interchangeably. And what is T in this case? Cue update with compute elapsed. Well, that doesn't make any sense. This isn't T, this is elapsed time MS. Actually, it's not MS, it's seconds. What else do we have? Baseball mode gets called from elsewhere. I can't move that one. Aim mode also gets called. I don't really care about those. Spin offset, what is this? Oh, this is private. About that thing, nope. Toggle helper, that one also. No, if there's a helper, we don't care about the helper. Let's delete that. We don't need code for showing or a helper. I don't understand this aim at next. Oh, I think I... no, I still don't understand it. I think I get it now. I think that it looks for the ball that's closest. That's what it's doing. So it's auto aiming at wherever the closest ball is. And this part's a bit strange. Because it doesn't let me hit it wherever I want. Like down here, it's blocking me. Which is really jank. Why does it do that? I think it's doing it because it's hitting that code that I saw just a second ago for this aim thing. This code here, avoid cue touching other ball. Where does this code get called from? Oh, only from inside of here. So it gets called during set spin, rotate aim, that's all. If that's the case, do we care? Let's just not do this. So what I'm thinking now is, when I do the ball hit thing, actually I have a better idea. Let's do this. We'll go back to where we had the code. If it does do an intersection, we're just going to return early. And we'll just say that we're intersecting. That way I know when it would be called. And then I'll be able to tell. Like what would have happened. Yeah, okay, so the code there is fine, and you can see I can move the little point wherever I want. So let's just keep going. Trying to get it like where it's a problem. Apparently it's not a problem anywhere there. Okay, good. This time there should be an issue, I'm hoping. Yeah, right down there. I see. So you can see there's an issue when the cue stick goes through the other ball. You see like this purple ball? I think that's what the problem is. And so it's yelling at me and saying, hey, this is intersecting. But what if I hit it anyways? I think it's fine. If I hit it harder? Yeah. So I think it's just a graphical thing. How do I... Oh my god. Okay. So I don't think I need that code at all then. Yeah, I don't. Because we don't care what their graphics look like. Our graphics handle it just fine. We don't need to update this aim. We don't need to avoid cues touching other balls. We don't care. Because, like, if you think about it from a user's perspective, right? This is one of those reasons people play like a video game version of 8-ball pool. It doesn't need to be 100% realistic for that. You want to have less friction, and hitting balls because your cue stick is too long is extra friction. It's not 100% realistic to not have it, but it doesn't feel nice, right? And it's got to feel good. You like those terms that I use? Thanks. Alright, so we got spin done. Let's see what adjust spin is like. I also like this because it makes the code simpler. Look at that, I don't have to pass down quite so much code now. And now there's less code to maintain, there's less code to look at, there's less code to think about. Just overall better. Oh, well, let me check my market stuff on PoE2 real fast. It's been a bit. Best code is code that doesn't exist. Yep. Oh yeah, I guess I can... Am I running maps in PoE2 yet? Yeah, I started recently, in the last few days, running them. Okay, I'll do one map real quick. Let me, try this out. Let's see if that worked. Let me just modify this here. One sec. This one, yeah. Okay, we'll copy that one. Just copy paste. I don't want to paste a reference. Let's add a display capture then. And we'll say 1080p. And yep, that's right. Move this over here. Hold on. Okay, and then we'll do. We'll bring it way down. and then we make it bigger. There we go. All right, now you can see. So this is my build. It's still a work in progress. I guess I should switch this over to Path of Exile for a sec. Let's change the category. Okay. Looks like it has not sold. Yikes. Hold on, my audio's breaking on me. Oh, maybe it'll be fine. This just has to charge fast. Oh, no, there it goes. Okay. Hold on. I'll just switch over to this one, and then that should be fine. So I have to go here, and then I have to change my monitoring device to this one. All right, test. Good. That worked fast. Except my music died. Are those greater thing? Yeah. I'm pretty in the game. Let me start the music back up again. Hold on. Hopefully it starts back up. Come on. Technical difficulties. There we go. All right. So this is a good map. Let's do a good one here. Rarity, yep, let's do it. So this one's a little tricky. Ton of modifiers on this one, and it's +1 at least. So this is, I think, level 80 maps, probably. Yep. So here's kind of how I play Path of Exile 2. I just kind of, you know, chill. It's a very chill game. But as you can see, this is a very difficult game. Takes a lot of focus and skill to really play this one. Much harder than PoE 1. You can see here I'm playing with 100% of my, just total skill, and it's very difficult. But that's just kind of how it goes, when you play at a high level. I'm trolling. So this is like probably the second best build in the game, right? Sure, we'll buy one of those. I like it a lot. I'm actually not very fast right now on this build. It still has a long way to go. There's someone else who streams this build, and they're the one who created it, and the whole reason why I made this. But I made some modifications to it. So for example, I've got this here. I can just kind of like have this buff because I shock everything constantly. And then I like convert it, and that gives me this kind of like beam sword thing that comes out and just annihilates absolutely everything. So that was a change that I did that wasn't in that other guy's build. And I obviously had to play around not having quite as much currency as the other person. Is this a sorceress? No, this is actually a Gemling Legionnaire. It's not a monk. And I stack stats. So the two most important stats are dexterity, which influences how fast I move, and intelligence, which influences my survivability and my damage and my AoE. So you basically want to stack those. You also want a little bit of strength, because it influences your damage. But end game, you don't care too much for strength because it doesn't give you survivability. Because at some point, I'm going to switch off and go Chaos Inoculation. So Chaos Inoculation, or CI, is this thing over in the top right here, and it like shreds your max life. It makes your life a Boolean, but it makes you immune to chaos damage. So end game, what you want to do is you go like no chaos resistance on your gear at all, and you get almost no resistance on your gear, and then you get 3 of these, and you corrupt them to get +5 to all elemental resistances. So this would end up being like 45 all res just from 3 jewels. I think that's how it works, because you can socket 3 of these, and then if it's +5, it's 15 for each. 15 times 3, 45. So that's how that works. And this is kind of how I play PoE too. I'll show more later. I do want to get some more code in today though. There's also a bug I need to fix. I guess I can pick one of these up. You think my character is shocking? Yeah, it electrocutes and shocks a whole bunch. Oh yeah, here's the boss. So we're just gonna... Again, this is fairly high level boss. And that's the boss dead. My damage is a bit hit or miss. It could be a lot better. There's a lot, like a long way to go on this build, right? So I've got Morior Invictus, but I need all attributes on this one. So I'm missing like 20-25% all attributes there. What level am I? 92. And you can see I've died 46 times since making this character. You die a lot in PoE 2. Shit. You die a lot in PoE 2. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have run into the fire. As you can see, still a ways to go. But that's my build so far. Oh, also, when I'm doing these things here, I'll pick up all of the waystones, not just the tier 15s. I pick up anything like 10 and higher, and I'll regal them, and then I'll vendor them. How much XP did you lose? Like 10%. It's rough. So typically I'll use an alchemy on my waystones, always, because that'll boost your drop chance a lot. For the rares, you can also just, exalt them, which makes them all super nice, because then you get like lots of boosts for everything, lots of additional loot. And exalts are super cheap, because what you do is you just trade these back and forth or something. So sometimes you'll do like exalts to chaos. So the rate here kind of sucks. The thing is, like, this kind of follows just like any market. The more volume, the smaller the margins, right? And then if there's less volume, for example, Scroll of Wisdom to Chaos Orb, this market here is very non-existent, and so you can usually do about like 1,000 per chaos. At least that was the going rate a little while ago. And the other side of the market is you can do like probably like 10,000. So this will probably finish at some point, and then I'll have 10,000 Scrolls of Wisdom. But it's kind of a waste, because that just cost me like 10,000 gold. And gold is a very premium commodity. Another thing you can do is these breach rings are really nice, but sometimes you get really bad ones. So I can take some that I just don't like, and I can make them all rare, because it's really cheap to do that. And then if I don't like the breach ring, I can just go over here to the reforging bench and then pop 3 of these in to reforge it and do a new one. Right? So maybe it's good, maybe it sucks. This one sucks. but I've been storing these so that I can reforge them eventually. Yeah, that's, I don't know, that's my POE2. I lost that map, man, that was such a good one. Oh well, I'll do more later. Alright, back to some code. You want to try a ranger? Yeah. I want to make a ranger at some point too. But more than that, there is an insane one. Howdy, robotic head. There's an insane build. It's even more buster than the one that I'm playing. So the one I'm playing, like, I'm still far less tanky than I will be eventually, and I don't have as much magic find as I want, and there's still a long ways to go. But there's this other build where you get a temporalis and your blink is just instacast, so you teleport around the map instantly, and then you have like an AoE death aura because you're just constantly spamming attacks, and you have this necklace which whenever you crit, you do another cast, and so that cast ends up critting, and then it does more casts, and those crit, and you do more casts, so you have infinite DPS that is so high it can crash a map, which is amazing, because like there are some bosses right in the game that have immunity phases, so they'll be like immune for a few seconds, and so what ends up happening is like you'll throw like tons of lightning bolts or whatever, just auto cast, those spawn more lightning bolts which spawn more, so it's like just this exponential ramp up, and this is all happening during an invuln phase, so you just end up with infinite damage, which ends up causing issues. But that's a fun build. I just, I like the build I have right now. There's a lot to it. Alright. Is it still in beta, early access? Yeah, it'll be in early access for a while. But I like the game a lot. Oh, right, let me switch back to software and game dev. Okay. So we've updated all this Amy stuff, and then on hit, this is the important part. Now let's fix up some types here. I see missing types and I'm just like, it's like a pet peeve of mine. This dot hits. I'll hit the cue ball with the stick. So, okay, so it must be whatever is coming from here. And which is whatever the hell this is. How does this work? Container table hits. Oh yeah, we deleted all that code as well. I don't use arrows, so I don't actually care about any of this. Pretty sure the code will still work. We don't need any adjustment there. I'm just going through and just deleting stuff. Anything I don't necessarily use gets deleted. Key D and F. Okay, what's D and F? Interesting keys, basically do nothing. Maybe I already deleted it? Oh, I think I already deleted the traces and stuff. doesn't seem like it really... Oh, and then F is full screen. Yeah, we don't care about those, so I'll delete it. There's just lots of deleting. Movement X up. I guess this one's probably required. Like if I refresh, maybe now I can't. Yeah, now I can't. Move that. Howdy, Deep Legal, how's it going? Case switch statements are the true AI? Yeah, okay. I thought that's like, people in India is the true AI. Stands for actual Indian. Or something. Wasn't there like a case like that where like they had people who were like remote driving or maybe it wasn't remote driving, I don't remember. I remember there being a few cases where it was like actually people and they just paid them. And it was like not actual AI. Is PoE 2 similar to Diablo? I would say Diablo is similar to PoE, but not as good. PoE is the superior Pathlight game. It's just better. There's like more content, more things to do. It's more fun, in my opinion. I also like how numbers don't get too crazy. I mean, although in some of the broken builds in PoE 2 are kind of insane. So it looks like this is private, and this doesn't exist. They're really fun to watch. Oh, like Path of Exile and Diablo? Yeah, I'll play more Path of Exile later. This time without dying. And not running into the on-death mechanics. Just because I can, which was really dumb, especially at a level 80 map. Okay. So, you need full ball, rigid body, all that other stuff. Your witch character loves fire? Yeah, I have a witch as well. My witch is level 88. And is about as good as the character I showed off for dealing with high level maps, except much, much slower. Let's see. You bought a new MacBook? Nice one, James. Let's see. What do I want to do about the world here? First, I want to make sure my tests still pass. Oh, we got 2 failures. Oh yeah, mouse wheel updates. Power. Well, I don't care about that. We probably broke another input. Oh yeah. We don't care about that. Okay. Let's just do a big commit. This is just like a cleanup one with lots and lots of changes. Making things private, adding types, all that fun stuff. Because I'm at the point where I've got too many different changes. Removed let's see, I made a bunch of things private. What else did I do? Update aim. Avoid key touching. Yeah. Am I following the Musk soap opera on X? Not really. Alright, let's see. The first chat box. I remember Cleverbot. You remember Cleverbot? Where like that was interesting. You'd ask it something and then it would just reply with whatever. Like it would pair the responses. It was really neat. Nothing at all compared to the LLMs that we have today, but it was cute. The implementation of it was pretty clever. Make a lot of things private. Only a bunch of missing types. And then it adds some very small setup stuff here, very small optimization here, remove some Tracy stuff we don't use. Just so much. Could be a fun text adventure game. I'm not sure what you mean exactly. You're really liking Brave? I have lag issues whenever I'm on YouTube. So if I use YouTube and I leave the tab open, it seems like it just spins up some kind of like, just makes one of my CPU cores like super hot or something, and it makes YouTube super laggy until I kill it. I don't know. I don't know why. But it happens a lot on Firefox. Maybe it's YouTube being silly, it might be. Or it might be foony, who knows. But, let's see. Basically, this is a lot of cleanup, and I'll just say it removes this because that's the actual feature that it does. Make sure everything still works. Looks like it does. Here on the test. Great. Okay, so now that we've done that, I need to figure out where it resets the animation stuff. Howdy, Flora. Does it reset animation and everything at each, like, round? Or does it persist for the entire game? Because that's gonna dictate how this stuff all works. So check if all balls are stationary. What game are we working on? We're working on pool. So I'm taking the physics from this game and I'm sticking it in this one. And this is a very challenging thing to do. I don't typically work in this way, where I take like a whole physics engine or something, rip it out of a game, and throw it into a different game. right? So not too used to doing this, but I have a plan for how it'll work, and we're getting there. I understand the other game's code now, roughly, and I've begun making a wrapper using their code base. So I'm working within this code base, and the reason I'm doing this is because it makes it a very iterative process, right? So their physics is already working the way I want it to. So if I just port it entirely over to Foony and then I try until it works, it may not work the same. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm taking the same interface that Foony works with, and I'm porting that over to the new, to like this repo, and then I'm going to have it running side by side. So I'm going to be doing both physics calculations using the wrapper and what they currently have. And then once those line up, I will take that wrapper and I'll move it back over again to Foony. Let's see here. So make sure everything is stationary. Sounds complicated? Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure a much better solution here. But how does this advanced thing work? This is more like... Yeah, that's fine. Prepare advance all. How does this work? Prepare advance pair. I think I remember the way this works. It checks to see if there's a collision within a given time. It does some stuff there. You're setting up a Kubernetes cluster on your Raspberry Pis? Nice one, Beef. If you want to host Foony, I don't know about that one. I don't know how big your cluster is, Beef, but Foony is a lot. So here's one cluster. It's 64 cores with 252 gigs of RAM. And then the other cluster, service may be a little rough. Yeah, I think what we've got is good. This one's running on Hetzner, 55 gigs of RAM in use, 52 cores. And it uses a couple terabytes a month. I don't know exactly, I want to say it's like 5, something like that. It's a lot. It's definitely more than Cloudflare reports. How much RAM on each container? I don't remember. I'd have to check to see how much I'm requesting. So if I go here, I pop open my deploy. Where does it specify? I thought it said somewhere in here how much RAM it specifies. 1.5 gigabytes. And half a core. Oh, it's asking for 2-factor. Don't worry about it, Beef. I need these to run in data centers anyways, because I don't want to have downtime, right? It's very important for Foony. but I appreciate it. If we look at current analytics, here's what it looks like on Cloudflare. Yeah, 4.5 terabytes. A bit of a downturn during the holidays, it looks like. I guess people are not terminally online on the holidays, which, sure, fair enough, makes sense. Most people have a life. Batman wouldn't set up shop in some of those places? Really? I've been in a data center before. I thought it was fine. But you probably have more experience than I do with them. I've only been to one. Alright. So prepare advance. I understand how that works. So it's advancing. And then what? There's nothing that, like, accumulates the timestamp, is there? Update position T, that add scale vector, yeah, that's all fine. Update fall. It's not persisting the time step at all? Good. Okay, that's really good. That means we're not going to have compounding issues round to round, which would be problematic. Because what we're going to do is we're going to reset the state of the balls, because that's what Foony does at the end of each round. Howdy, Laird. How's it going? Buckets catching water out of the ceiling? Oh god. That's, terrifying. Alrighty. So now what do we have? Advanced physics simulation, all that jazz. Okay, so table update is fine. What else do we have? Update ball mesh. I don't think we care about that at all. We don't care about that. I don't think I care about this either. Can I just not update the time step for the cue stick? Does that work? And it just makes it so that it's stationary? Nice. Because we don't care about that, about moving back and forth. We don't do that on Foony. Okay, what about the move to? This.aim pause. Is this called when the aim position updates? Like, what if I just don't call this? Does it still work? Seems like it might. Yeah, works fine. Great. Let's delete this. Less things to think about, less things to worry about. Easy. Alright, so now that we're done with that, what else do we have? That pool looks really sharp. Which one? This one? Or do you mean like the pool physics? This is not Foony's pool. Right? This is Foony's pool. but still a bit work in progress. We gotta get the foony pool. I'm glad you like it. I want to make the table just a little bit crispier. It's not crispy enough. And that's because of the way the table gets rendered. But changing it is really tricky because how it works. Table friction too high? No, that's not what I mean. I mean, the physics for Foony's pool are just all over the place, right? Alright. Anyhow. Some things are going to be a little tricky too. Like, my concern is that these holes are going to be different. And I'm pretty sure they will be different actually. I mean, it looks like it might be. I guess we'll see, because I can always use this guide ray to kind of point out the geometry and make sure everything lines up. Does the blue part of the pool table have any textures on it? Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't do any physics, but style-wise, there's a kind of like you can see this pattern on it. It goes diagonal. And then the center is a bit worn out looking, because it makes sense, like the center would be worn out more than everything else. Okay. So now, what else do we have? Event queue, we don't care too much, I don't think. I still don't know what these stationary events do. Or if we care about events. You can see it now? Okay. And what is this process outcomes? Oh, this is just sound. We don't care about sound. Cool. So now we have a way to advance the state. Okay. So now what calls this advance? Animates. It seems as if it's always going. And so how does that work? Yeah, it's always animating, even if it doesn't need to. That's not good enough. So the problem is, have I tried or know someone who interviewed at Apple? No, I don't. But I know what the Google interview process is like. GPT's unavailable again for 6 hours? Oh no, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to write your own code. Don't worry, you can use Devin. I'm sure Devin's up to task. Don't actually use Dev. Don't. It's a total scam. Use All Hands. It's basically Devin, but it's free and open source. As a junior, is it okay to use ChatGPT? No, you must have a GPT license. Only professional, experienced GPT license holders are allowed to use GPT. It's illegal otherwise. No, of course you can. Yeah, you should be using it, I think. Use it to help you understand concepts and to clarify things. Keep in mind everything it says you want to take with a grain of salt. treat it the way you might treat like a mentor or something, but you can also have it break down problems for you. You can have it write code for you. You can have it convert code from one language to another. So if you're trying to get up to speed in a language that you're not familiar with, you can write the code in the language you are familiar with and have it convert to the language you're not familiar with. But you still need to read documentation, right? You still need to look at other people's code and reverse engineer it. But it is a very helpful tool. Feels weird to watch this from YouTube. Howdy, Mars. Oh yeah, because I can read all the messages, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. But howdy, Rocker. How's it going? Alright, so I understand the way that this works. Now I need to know when something changes. So it seems like it's going to be this. So we have this advance, and then it processes events. Yeah, okay. So we'll just come in here, and then we'll see if the state before was all stationary. So if state before, what is this a Boolean? Oh, that's confusing as hell. How about instead of state before, which is not the state before, we say was stationary. Oh, now you can tell it's a Boolean based on the way it's worded, like if was stationary, if is stationary, right? That's just kind of how you name Booleans. All right. So if was stationary, no, we need it farther down. We have to do the updates. Is stationary. So if it is stationary, then physics animations for the turn have ended. Otherwise, this is where it starts. So how do I know when it starts? It starts when the hit occurs. But it seems like we don't know when, like, it seems like it's separate. It seems like the hit occurs, and then the physics simulation is running in a loop constantly, and then it's like, oh, we have stuff to do because stuff is no longer stationary. Well, that's weird, because if that's the case, the hit is occurring outside of this loop. So it's going to be stationary. A hit is going to occur, and then the table is going to be, I'm no longer stationary. But the container, I guess. Is this all, everything is inside of table that we care about? Yeah, it is. So we don't care about the container so much. Let's go back to how we had it. It seems like the only thing that matters here, this is just meshes, the only thing that matters is this advance. This is the only part that matters. That's good. That means I don't have to think about container for the physics. It's literally just the table. Yeah, none of this matters. Good. So that means I still need to know when the world is supposed to get created and when the world is supposed to get destroyed. It should be on the hit. Where does hit occur? Table hit. Hit the cue ball with the stick. Okay, so this is where it happens. Alright, that's fine. Let's do this. So place the ball. As soon as I hit it, we get ball hit. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. So that means this is where I want to construct a world. So we'll import the world. And then we have to populate it with balls and cushions and all that jazz. We have to set it up, and then we have to tear it down after the hit. So basically, that's going to be on all stationary. If results and we have a world, we'll clear the world. Keyboard has some thought to it. Sure it does. Alright, now we're only removing this temporarily. So I'm making like this physics world thing. And building it all up. Which is not quite the way I normally do it. I think I do this in the pool physics context. So here's my pool physics context that I have. It's got the world, it's got the balls, it's got the table, it's got all the geometries and everything. And a bunch of temporary vectors. But you can see most of it's just private, so it's not too important. The big thing is it's constructed with a world. And I don't think that matters. I think I can pull this out. I think I just needed it because of reasons. Because of like the way it works in 3JS or something, I kind of needed it. And then we just create a whole bunch of temporary vectors which get used all over the place, but we don't need that here either. We don't need to free the world, we don't need to destroy, because this is all in TypeScript and not WASM. And then it does like some resets where it creates everything. So I guess what I want is I want to have it be similar, right? So instead of creating a new one on hit, let's just have a physics context as part of the table. And then when we load the balls and load all the other stuff, we will also create the same thing in our representation for the pool physics. And then we'll just reset it. So instead of hit doing that, we'll do physics context dot reset, and we'll just create one. So all stationary doesn't need to really do much. But I do need to know that the turn has ended. And it has ended if the previous call to all stationary was not stationary, and it has become stationary. So how do I know that? I think I might need to just add like a check. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Okay. So to come back up to the top, we don't need world anymore because we're using pool physics context. Does this all get accessed outside of table? That's nasty. This is something I never do in Foony. Like, I don't expose variables or like class variables. It's just all through methods. It gives me more control. But that's fine. We don't care too much about that. So we're gonna have a physics context. Amazing. What font I'm using? JetBrains Mono. Alright, let's see. Table, balls, pockets, sensors. I wonder, do we have a boolean that tells us that there's nothing to do? Like that the turn has ended? I wonder. Set sensors. Returns whether the balls are still moving or if the turn has ended. Is turn end? What is turn end? How does that work? Is turn end is set to true. Okay, so that doesn't tell us too much. It basically just tells us if balls are moving. What's the difference between are balls moving and is turn end? Okay. Because it's the turn, it's the end of the turn, but the balls are like rolling and being pocketed. I see. So there's a distinction being made between balls that are pocketed, and of course this doesn't matter for their game because you don't care. Like if the animations are still going, it's not the other person's turn. But for Foony, it does matter because as soon as those balls are pocketed and all the normal balls have stopped, we can give it to the other player to make the game a little snappier. Amazing. I love the distinction. Makes everything harder. Cue ball collision when the cue ball is struck at angle radians. These IDs will be added to the collision mask. What the hell does that mean? Oh, this is for the guide ray. So it constructs an entirely new world, sets up the English, which is like where you hit the cue ball, and it does all of that. Very expensive stuff. Okay, yeah, we can do that, but we're not gonna have to write all that code, hopefully. Okay, table. And that comes from all the geometry stuff. I think everything is fine then. I'm not Miss Carr? No, I don't know who that is. Alright. Cast a shape. What is this cast a shape? I think this is more for guide ray stuff. Stop the physics simulation to get collisions, and then I think it stops as soon as the first collision. Great. That is a lot of good. Oh my god, it's still going. And then there's clone stuff. Stuff dealing with balls, which is like everyone's favorite. What else do we have? Merge vertices. What is this? More bolt stuff. Great. Awesome. Wait, why is that in QWERTY? Okay, hold on. Let me switch this back to Dvorak so I can actually type. Oh, that's for the confusing thingamaroos that I do. Because of the geometries that I have. Since if you remember, we used Blender a long time ago for this, right? So if I actually pop open Blender, I can kind of show you what we used to have. Okay, I don't know where it is. Apparently it's not recent enough. Let's see. Oh, I'd have to go all through here. Now I gotta scroll down to clouds. At least I think it's probably in here. If I were guessing, I would say it would be under images, games. And then it's one of these. Maybe blend? Probably blend. It's not blend. Is it glib? Great. What? Oh wait, open image. Oh, this is GNU. Blender. Oh, that explains a lot. There it is. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, you got the whole thing here. Did I remove? There's no way I removed the bottom. Bottom left, bottom right bumper. You can see the bumpers. I don't know what happened to the bottom of it. But that's how the physics was working before, as I actually just had an image of the pool table. And then it was just kind of overlaid on top of the image. And I just modeled it as best I could so it was as pixel perfect as possible. But that has its own problems. It's interesting in that it makes it really easy to add like custom tables, right? You have like an image of a table and then you build a 3D model using that image, and then it can be whatever shape you want. But in practice, we mostly just use pool tables. Okay. So we have a physics context, and we need to initialize balls. First ball is cue ball. balls and pairs. See, this is where things get weird. Because this table is implementing physics and doing a whole lot of things that it shouldn't necessarily be doing. I want to clone deep, but I don't have clone deep. I do have structured clone though, from the browser, which I can use here just for debugging. I wouldn't use structured clone normally because I don't think it's fully supported by all browsers quite just yet. Yeah, see, old Safari doesn't support it. So still a bit too early to actually use structured clone, which basically deep clones an object. Yeah, what am I doing today? We're continuing our work on this whole thing. Oh god, failed. What the hell you mean structured clone doesn't? What? But it's supposed to exist. Oh wait, what? I thought it existed fine. Okay. Never mind, we're not gonna clone. Oh, there's so much stuff in here. Ball mesh. Oh, that's probably why it failed to clone. Okay, so we've got pocket, future position, rvel, state, vel. That's a lot. That's a lot of things for balls and things. Okay, great, awesome. So we have to implement set balls. Yeah, so we're doing the physics thing, Galahad, and then after we do that, I'm probably gonna do like a little bit of Path of Exile, maybe, on stream. Okay. And what does the client's full physics context look like? And do it? Okay, I will do it then. I see how onReset is working, so that's just for the pool store. Advances the state of the physics simulation by 1 time step. Well, we don't need to worry about that quite so much. Let's see. Be quick. Okay. I'll do it in like an hour or so, if that's alright with you. My plan was do my original gaming or my coding stream and then do a short QE stream. Okay. That validate the first new validates sensor stuff. Okay, there's not much there. Most of the work is in full physics context. Ready, so we've got step, get world, set tables, set walls, pocket sensors, ball positions. So whatever pool ball is, that is the code. You'll wait for the full release of the game. Oh, for PoE 2? Yeah. I'll show you end game. I've got like the second most broken build in the game, but you don't need to spend too much currency to make it powerful. Like, it was powerful already once I had invested like 1 divine. Like for leveling, it was like 10-20 exalted orbs, and then it was all right at about 1 divine. And then I was able to do like T15 maps after like 10 divine. And now I can do like all the maps, but I'm still a bit squishy. And I can do like the easy bosses at like 30 divine. It gets expensive, but it's zoom fast at higher investment tiers. It's a quite good build. Alright, so what I want to do here is add, let's do the physics world. I'm sure we have like something else, right? We got advanced, prepare, advance all. There's got to be something in the table where it updates the positions. Stationary and pockets. Oh, there's from serialized. I don't think it ever calls update from serialized though. So that's basically what we need. We need the position, the velocity, and the RVal and the state. Okay. You'll wait for the game stream to ask questions about PoE? Sounds good. You gotta keep improving spirit. Oh yeah, I can show you my my witch build too. I can show you some things you can maybe improve. I don't know how far you are robotic head. If you're running maps or if you've done like, you know, the T18 maps or the end game bosses yet. Pretty much level 21. Okay. I've got some tips. So we've got physics context, which doesn't have anything in it. I'll just do set ball positions. And I guess it assumes I have all ball positions. Well, this is a pool ball, which I believe I have defined over here. I do not. I have it defined here. Well, now I need it. So we'll export that. We got the pool ball type. I guess for this it doesn't matter too much what's what. So let's actually do it this way. And now we need to pass in all of the thingamaroos that pool ball has. So you got type, which is going to be type I, and then if the ball is the cue ball, it's type Q, else type I, which I think is pretty alright, except it could be 0 based, so let's do I plus 1. Since this is 9 ball, we know that it's going to be fine. I don't like how Prettier removes the parentheses around this. What if people don't know how the order of operations works? I guess it just assumes people know. The type here isn't good because it sees this as a number. I should be able to as it there. There we go, great. The diameter. Where does he get this number from? From nowhere. What? How does that make sense? Is that from Foony? Because the number seems familiar. Usual ball radius. What? That seems off. And why is it diameter? Why isn't it radius? Because radius is what's used for physics and everything. Why would I have it be diameter? Okay. I'm just gonna have it say replace with radius. But that's fine. We've got the diameter of the ball, we have X, Y, Z, which should be the position. I don't know why I have it X, Y, Z and then I have like rotation. That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. And what the heck is the rotation? Oh wait, the rotation's a number, or it's a list. And I don't know what the rotation is for this ball, because there's a position. But where's the rotation? Okay, how does this ball mesh work? Because I noticed that the ball mesh does have some sort of spinny spin. So how does... How does that work? Whatever this geometry is. Okay, so it sets the rotation initially to be random. Why is there type T? What is going on? Okay. The angle is based on the RVal times T? What? Okay, so this is private, so it only gets called here. What about those update arrows? Is this also private? It is. And what is state? It's just state like that. Okay, that's easy enough. But the color is a number. Yep, it is. I guess this is probably a number, right? I don't know what it is exactly. Vertices. Let's call it vertices, like it's supposed to be. I don't know where this is supposed to be coming from. I still don't know. What's this being called with? I still don't know. Okay. And this is a number over here. Perfect. So it's based on Arvel. But I don't understand quite how that works. So it's a rotational velocity. So let's think about this. You've got like a circle, and it's going this way, like this is the rotational velocity or whatever. It's like rotating around. So after time t, it will have rotated however much the velocity is times that, so then you just like, it's wrapped around, and then that's the angle. And then you normalize it so that, you know, like, which way it's... I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess it makes kind of sense. So an update all gets called with T. Okay, right, because it's the... When it gets updated with time T, what do we have? Compute elapsed. Is that actually correct, though? I'm not convinced that's correct. Since I'm moving Foony to Java, Wolf, I am not moving Foony to Java, no way. That was something I tried like 3 years ago. We're not doing that, ever. This is not happening. Also, Merry Christmas to you, Wolf. Don't forget to contribute to NetBeans. We're not doing that. We're not doing this. You didn't know NetBeans was open source? I didn't either. I feel like their lawyers would sue me for something if I contribute to this. They'd sue me for like actively making their project worse. A gross negligence. I used to use Eclipse actually, Galahad. Before I used IntelliJ Ultimate, I used to use Eclipse. Taylor Swift, howdy, how's it going? You went from NetBeans to Eclipse? I never used NetBeans, but Eclipse was alright. I used to use it in light mode. I'm so curious. If I breakify this, does it break? Alright, let's set the ball positions on the physics. We'll add in all the stuff that we need. Clone deep. We don't have clone deep. If I slice it, that's not enough. Do I use WebSockets on this project? On Foony? Yeah, I sure do. I use Socket.io, but I kind of wish that I had just implemented my own WebSockets instead, because it seems like every time I import someone else's project or use someone else's library, there ends up being some crazy bug that I didn't expect. Or the performance is bad, and I would much rather the bugs that I know than the bugs that someone else made. My bugs are better. They're cuter. You put the bug there? Okay, robotic head. Alright. And then initial balls is currently unused, but we'll just make it. You know what? I bet that's why this person doesn't have private on all their stuff. Because they've got that stupid rule in their TS config there. Because I found myself removing private from something because it was yelling at me. Whose project is this? This is... let's see. Where's it called? You know what? I can get there from... Wait, I'm not signed in. Arc... But it was... I don't remember what the path was. Here it is. This one. But word of caution, it is under a GPL3 normally, so you can't really use it with most projects. I've got special permission which is why I'm able to use it for this. You're just gonna say that? Yeah, we've already spoken with the creator, made sure that I got permission. It took a while, it took a few weeks, I think, but it's important that you dot your I's and cross your T's when you're dealing with something like Foony. Alright, so then we no longer have a world. Creators are like, appreciate the monies? I hope so, it was not cheap. Check if all balls are stationary. Okay, yeah, if they become stationary, I want to know. Alright, we'll just do something real simple. I'm gonna have like a boolean here. Was stationary equals false. Let's see. Or maybe it would be true. So if not this dot was stationary, then we log the physics context, which will already have a toString, sure. That's just gonna be like object. Amazing. And then we'll set it to stationary as true. If not was stationary, I kind of want to inverse this. Instead of all stationary, I want it to be like, are balls moving? Would make this logic a little bit easier to follow. So, okay, everything starts stationary, and then if it is stationary, else, yeah. And then we can just simplify this. Less code. Makes my life easier. Nice. Okay. So now we'll log it whenever it stops moving, after it starts moving. And we have a reset, which is private, so that's publicify it. Great stuff. Okay. We have balls. We set them, sort of. But we didn't set the rval, which I guess matters. The problem is I don't know what the initial rotation needs to be. Not sure how that works. I have an rval. And doing this is wrong. I know that much. I can normalize it. These are not super great either. The problem with the names like this is that they're going to pollute the public namespace. And so then I can't use these names for anything else, which I wouldn't. But some stuff like round. Oh, wait. What? round vac. I think this is trying to like it's like a bad attempt at making all the code consistent across browsers. But what I really need is this math utils to make things consistent. What does this do anyways? Takes absolute value, adds some epsilon to it, multiplies it by 10,000, floors it, and divides by 10,000, and hopefully yeah, I don't know about that one. It kind of works, but like it's weird. I'd probably have GPT come up with something better. Anywho, what I care about is normalizing the RVEL. Did we run out of foony magic? No, it's still there. What do you mean? My concern is that this rotation is going to be completely off because of the angle, and I'm not too sure how that works. Okay. Something else I need to fix today, before it gets too late, is I need to create a Crazy Games account, which I should already have one. Sure, that works. And then I need to go over to like 4 in a row. Okay, 4 in a row. What? Connect 4? Why was it so hard to find? Did Crazy Games rename this and mess it up? 4 in a row connected multiplayer online. And now it's connect 4 online. So now if I do a search for 4 in a row, it doesn't work. Gosh darn it, Crazy Games. Alright. So, I need to make a new room. And you can see I have an account with this username, whatever. I want to view profile because I need to grab the user ID from this. There's like a bug where you're capped at like 1,000 gold, I think. So I need to see admin info here. Okay, we've got the user ID. Alright, we'll pop on over here and we're gonna cheat. This is for testing, it's a throwaway account. I don't do anything with this gold. Just I need something for testing. Okay. So I now have 1,000 gold. I can't get more. So now if I play a game, and there's no message alerting me that I have to sign up, because it knows I've signed up, and yet, oh, it doesn't matter. Winning is fun. I didn't win. I need to fix that. Yeah, it says I get gold, and I should, but I still have 1,000 gold. That's the bug. That's what people are complaining about. Okay, great. So, why does it cap me at 1,000? Why is this gray? Guest item max. So, at navcoin, not is verified. Oh, okay. So, the accounts that get created don't count as verified. Lovely. It's because email isn't verified. That's what I thought. So I think what I do is I make it where if you have an account with another platform, you don't need to be verified. It's not ideal, but it's something. So how do I know if is custom user ID? I need to get the SDK. Is this an actual SDK? Import. Yeah, is custom user ID. I need the user ID. So we'll just do this. Is verified or equals user ID and I'll convert that to a Boolean. Okay. So now, on Crazy Games, that should work. Third-party platforms basically don't have a concept of email verified. So then whenever I award items, I need to check to see if it is a custom user ID. Okay, so how do I do that? So if I go to a game, such as 4 in a row, go to the server and go to award. We have an award order, which awards gameplay. Which I believe this handles giving each player stuff. There it is. That's the limit. If this user ID is a custom, is on a custom platform, count as verified. So how do I know if it is a custom platform? If I'll note it's a custom platform if, and only if, this says it's a custom platform. Which I believe is real simple. I can just add something here, like export function is, what did I call it on the client? I like to be consistent. Is custom user ID. Sounds good. So user ID and platform thing, which is provider to verify id token. User ID return false. Posture check, sure thing. Okay. Returns true if this user ID is registered on a custom platform, e.g. Crazy Games. No, that's not too bad, I don't care. Oh, fine. You know what, we'll just shorten it. There we go. Okay, and platform in. There. That will return true if they're verified. So, instead of or false, or is custom user ID. Perfect. Okay, let's get this commit in real fast, and that fixes the problem for a lot of people. This whole time, people on like other sites have been leaving because they hit 1,000 gold and their experience is worse. I tell people, I say, hey, play on Foony, it's better. But no, they don't. There we go. And now they count as registered, although I think there are other things as well. Because I feel like for leaderboards... Oh, you know what? Maybe this will fix that. Is verified. Oh, no, that's just for items. Well, I know there's something that awards experience, and I thought that would be similar. So if we go to award gameplay, we go back down here. It does a whole bunch of thingamabobber stuffs. And somewhere it awards experience. There it goes. It does a big transaction-y thing, and then it does high scores. It looks as if guests are there for the high scores. What? But I know that they don't show up for the leaderboards. How does that work? Only update high scores for registered users. It says registered users right here. Wait a minute. Ah. Furry is a user. It checks for the email. Ah. I see. Well. That is something. Okay. So let's think about this. The user ID at this point, we know is a verified user ID. We know that they have a JWT token, which was authenticated with one of the platforms. This should be fine to check the user's private for email, or something cheaper than that, so we'll do it first, is custom user id, or there we go. And I guess I should add a comment. Custom platforms, don't have a concept email. Probably needs a better commit message, whatever. Okay, we'll push. Great, everything there is fine. Let's double check, server looks good. Let's do a deploy. And then I will update the main cluster. I believe we're on S2 currently. Let me double check just to make sure. Might be on S1 actually. Let me see. foony.com active cluster. We are on S1. Oh, great. We'll go to S2 then. So what we're going to do is we're deploying right now. And once this is deployed to all the people who were on Crazy Games, the dozens of people, hundreds I guess, will all of a sudden actually be able to play Foony fully on their accounts. Oh my god. This probably hurt the ratings so much. Because like all the people who keep playing on those accounts, they hit like 1k gold and they're like, well, what do I do? The site's broken. But no, it wasn't broken. It was working as intended. All right. Almost done. One of the servers is, or the clusters is deployed to. I should update this. Make it so that, oh, there we go. Other cluster is now updated. So I can check here. We've got a lot of old servers, but there shouldn't be anyone actually playing on these. As soon as these servers... Oh, okay. Lots of them are closing down now. Guess I just had to give it a second. There we go. Okay, that's looking much better. Let's go ahead and kill the others then. We'll kill that one. I don't care. Go ahead, kill the old one. There we go. Now, we want S2. You know, some of the language we use as programmers is kind of dark. You've got like master and slave and, you know, killing children, and you got zombie processes. Alrighty. So now I want to go to change cluster, and let's just point this to S2. Master slave is not used anymore? I know. Now it's primary and secondary. Alright, take care, kill. Alright, so we've just updated the cluster. Wait, running the value S2. New cluster, S1. What? Change it to S2, come on. There we go. Now it's S2. Okay, I got what I want done today, so let's switch on over to Path of Exiles for a bit. So do this. Keep the change. All right. Update that. Do I need your witch to come in and burn a few things? I think we're alright. Let's see, does it look okay for y'all? It looks a bit funky for me. Oh, hold on, my options are... Where's my options? Oh no. How do I log? Can I log in this way? Cool. Looks not okay? Okay, let me fix it. It looks messed up on my side too. This is what happens when I change my resolution. Okay. Aha, I found it. So if I click here, over on the right side near my quest, that's my options. Okay. And now we've got options. Okay, so we want... I guess I'll just switch it to windowed real fast. That'll fix it, and then we'll switch it back to window full screen. There we go. Okay, now I think it's good. And look at that! My breachstone sold. So that was a 3 exalt per breachstone. That's a 45 exalt profit, just AFK. And the total cost for this flip is about 100,000 gold. So that's how you convert your golds into exalted orbs. Very nice thing you can do. So now we can go from our exalts and we go to breachstones. So, you know, like Path of Exile is one of those games, it teaches people math. So we're gonna buy these again at 68, just so that the buy goes by pretty fast. Can I buy 16 yet? I can just buy it. So we're bumping this up from 15 to 16 because we've made enough profit. So you can see there, 1 to 68, and we place an order. This is how you make a lot of money on Path of Exile, right? Oh, it's already filling. It's gonna fill super fast. Then we'll put it up again for 71. Again, 3. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's 48 exalted orbs we just made. So the nice thing about this is you can do this even if you're not super rich or if your gear sucks, it doesn't matter. So we want 16 and we want to price these at 71 each or 1136. Nice. I have a calculator over here. Okay, I'm not doing this in my head. This is... I mean, you can, but I just... It takes longer and I'm not the best ever at that. Okay, so you've got these waystones, right? Like when you reach end game, you'll get these waystones. Now, there's a few things you can do. You can regal them, and then you can vol them. So regal is about 1/7 and exalt, or not vol, you can exalt them. For magics, regaling them first is basically free, and you can vol them. Although, there's no reason to regal it, just vol it. It'll often turn into like a rare with like a bunch of different things. It just seems to change like a lot of the stuff. So for magic 15s, I just vol it. Alternatively, you can regal and then exalt it a bunch of times if you want to. Let's see, is this any good? No, that's trash. Okay. I don't have any good one. I guess we'll just have to do a bad map real fast. Have any bad ones? Yeah, that's one. That'll do. Oh yeah, I should change it to like bang foony to something else. Oh, we'll leave the title alone. I guess I should change it. How about POV? God build. Okay. So one thing I really want to work on is I want to work on my dexterity, because this build here is tied to your attack speed, not your movement speed. So I can actually pull my boots off and I will go just as fast. Even though I just don't need movement speed, right? And that's nice because you can save a lot of money on boots. However, to get to the point where you can do even just moving at your regular speed is a huge investment. The other thing about this build, which is a bit annoying, is you get stuck on literally everything. So there's a few ways you can get around that. One way is you can just stop for a second and start moving. Or you can like kind of path like this, right? So that if you get stuck, you'll maybe unstick yourself pretty easy. The other way is you can just get blink or teleport, whatever it's called, and that'll also work. Or you can pay attention to your minimap a lot and just kind of not get stuck. Just don't get stuck. It's that easy until you do. So that's at this movement speed, right? And obviously, as you get more and more dexterity, it becomes harder. But I like this build because it scales insanely. Like, once I get a little bit more dexterity, I'll pop off and I'll go like zooming around the map like super fast. Not as fast as the people teleporting, but maybe the second fastest build. And it's just that easy. There we go. Okay, so map is cleared. Now we can do a map that is a little bit more interesting. Yeah, we'll do this one. This is a decent map, so let's give it something decent. Monster packs, magic monsters, rares. I don't see anything super great in here. Let's just do one. Alright. My two favorite mechanics so far for the league is Delirium and Breach, because you get like tons of monsters and everything. These Waystones are super great, even though lower tier ones, because you can vendor them. Kind of the whole point of the Waystones, at least for the way that I play. So if you do breaches, you'll get enough of the T15 Waystones to kind of sustain yourself once you get like a little bit of magic find and once you alch all your maps. So you don't need to worry too much about that once you get going. And then you can just alch all of your low level Waystones and vendor them. Or you can regal them. And regaling is cheaper and just about as effective. And there's like a bunch of other things you can do at endgame as well, right? Besides maps. You can, there's like a couple pinnacle bosses and whatnot, but entry to that is like crazy expensive. Like a breachstone I think is like, yeah, about 70 or so exalts, right? That's what we're trading them for. And that's one of the tokens to enter like the endgame bosses. And that's like the cheapest one because everybody enjoys breaches and there's like, it's easy to start that. The others are crazy expensive though. Like I found one Audience with the King that's from the rituals. And I sold that for like almost 10 divine. And if you're not familiar, divine is a like kind of the main currency for like the good gear. Everybody sells cheap gear for exalts, and then they'll sell like the actually good stuff for divines. Oh yeah, and feel free to ask any questions about PoE. I've been playing it a lot, and I've been reading up and researching a lot about it. Oh yeah, like something else I want to show, which is kind of not that well known. So this is a full auction house. How many players per instance? It has a half auction house. It's got like two systems for auction house. There's the system that's in game, which is for currency exchange, and then there's a system out of game for items. So I'll show you how that works in a sec after I finish looting stuff. Alright, first I'll show the currency exchange. What's the most OP build? The most OP build is going to be like a sorceress, kind of like a shock sorceress with like this amulet here. Where is it? This one, Choir of the Storm. This one drops from the breach boss, It's a very cheap amulet to buy, basically free. And you'll notice one of these lines here, critical hits, or trigger lightning bolt skill on critical hit. It can proc itself. So what ends up happening is you just proc it over and over again, and it's just infinite DPS. So that's kind of broken. Kind of super broken. I don't know if that'll get like hot fixed or something, but that's the way it works currently. So if you want to play and you want like the best build ever, like the highest magic find, the fastest movement, fastest map clear, that's the build. And there's this one person on YouTube I've seen who runs the build, but I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. So here what I am doing is I'm just taking all these like bad maps, and then I'm just gonna regal them after I finish buffing them all. So here's why I regal these. So earlier, you might have seen in the currency exchange, I was doing like this, like 3 exalt profit, right? And the cost is about 3,000 gold per exalted orb that I profit. If I come over here though, you can see the price is 2,600, right? If I regal this, now it's 6k. So I just converted. I basically sold a regal orb for over 3,000 gold. And what that means is I can then take that gold and buy an exalted orb. So I'm basically converting a regal orb into an exalted orb, which is like 7 times more valuable. And you can see there. Also, if you hold down shift click, or hold down shift and then you left click, you can do a bunch of those items. Oh yeah, here's how trading works. So you notice this person here just whispered me, wanting to buy something, right? So you invite them to the party, then hopefully they see it. Maybe sometimes they don't see it. So I'll just say invited. All right. And then it will highlight the item that they want, and you can sell it to them. This particular legendary you get from Zarok, which is the end of a different, like a different thing I'll show in a bit. All right, and then you open up trade, and then you just accept for whatever, right? Typically, you wait for the person who is selling the item to open trade. So I'm the one selling the item. So typically I'm the one who initiates the trade. Hello, is this person gonna trade? Usually they're pretty good about it. Maybe they're still loading. There we go. And you have to mouse over what they have, then you hit accept. And that's how you do trading. So you'll notice I can list these items. This is for like anything with like a green background is like a premium stash, and that's where you're able to list items. So if it doesn't sell, for example, I whisper this person. Okay, I can lower the price. This is how you set prices. You just right click the item. So I'm not too fussed about it, about the prices and things. I just want it to kind of sell somewhat fast. So what some people will do is they will just list everything for 1 exalted orb, and then they'll get spammed, and then they'll list it for like 2, and then they'll get spammed. I don't like getting spammed, right? Because if you list an item for too cheap, you're kind of wasting people's time. So instead, I will come in, I will list an item too much, and then every once in a while I'll go back and I'll just lower the price of everything until it sells. It's nice, I don't have to do a lot of price checking or anything. It's You can make more money by not doing this, but I'm lazy, so this works. Also got an expedition logbook, so this will be interesting. Anything I believe level 79 or higher for expedition logbook can you can get lucky and get the boss. Okay, let me show you the actual trading site. So if you're just starting out, you're going through the campaign, then this will significantly help you. You might find an exalted orb. Don't use them. Don't use them initially, really, because you can find all sorts of gear that's pretty darn good. So for example, let's say you want like a ring and you want it to give you maybe some increased rarity, so you get some more currency early on. Maybe you want it to give you life. You could give it, like, maybe you need, I guess it depends. What kind of build are you playing? You're playing, I know someone's playing minions. Let's change it up. Let's make it a really good item for a minion build. Let's do a helmet. And we want minion skills. So if we're playing a minion build, such as a witch, you want minion skills. It is the best stat for you. Each level is going to increase your DPS by like 15 to 20%, and it's going to increase the tankiness of your minions by about the same amount. So it's just like the best stat period for you. The other important stat you want is spirit, and helmets can have spirit on them. I believe there's even helmets with implicit spirit. I'm not 100% sure on that. It might have been from Chaos. Okay, I think it must have been from a Chaos. Wait, what? Helmets... should work. Plus to spirit. It's one of these. I thought you could get spirit, never mind. So anyways, let's say you're doing a minion build, so you might want some life. Maybe like 100. Maybe you want some strength to give you more life. And you can find some helms there, right? And one exalt. Of course, these are not the best, but I mean, 2 to minions is pretty nice. Amulets can go to +3. So if you're leveling a minion build, you want an amulet that's going to give you at least +2. +3 can get kind of pricey if you want other stats on it, but if you're just looking for +3 to minions, you can get it pretty cheap, probably about like 5 exalts. Something else. You might notice if you scroll down, it goes to Divine Orb. That's because the trade site has a 1 to 8 conversion. 1 Divine Orb is 8 Exalted Orbs. So, don't look at it that way. A better way is go over here, set the about price to Exalted Orb. And then if you're looking for Divines, search for Divines. That way they're nice and sorted by the actual price. And do items decay? No, they don't decay. There's no repairing items, but if you die, you lose 10% of your XP. So don't die. It's rough. There's more advanced things you can search for as well, and there's more like kind of grouping things. So let's say I want a nice pair of boots, right? Because I actually do. So if you look at my boots, they have move speed, life, mana, strength, and a resistance. Pretty decent. But The particular build I'm running doesn't actually care about movement speed. It's nice to have, but it's not that beneficial. Mana helps a lot. Life is not going to help at all because we're going to get chaos inoculation. Another thing, a lot of builds are going to run this. Mind over matter. This is such a useful passive to have. It's like most builds are going to use this one. And the reason why is because it basically adds your mana pool to your health pool. So instead of having like 2200 life, I basically have 7400 life because of all of my mana. And with this build in particular, it's really effective because you don't have much life and you have tons of mana, so that lets you get chaos inoculation, so you don't take too much of a hit, even though you become immune to chaos, which is pretty big late game. Okay, let's look for a pair of boots. Does damage drain your mana? Yep. You'll notice whenever I get hit, my mana just goes way down. So let's say I go for like a pair of boots. The most important stat for my build is int. So I want like 30 int. The second most important stat is dexterity, because that makes me faster. It means I attack faster and I move faster. Mana is a very important stat as well, because it's going to boost my survivability. And the last thing that matters is a rarity of items found. So if I want lots of rarity... Wait. There was one that was like 1 exalted orb. Because it's 24? Are you kidding me? God, the price difference is so insane. Okay. So these are kind of like the boots I'm looking at. This one has stun threshold, which is really nice. Alright, take care, robotic head. So stun threshold is great because if you get stunned, meaning you get hit and you take a lot of damage from a hit, then you'll like stop in your tracks and you'll stop casting, and so there's not like a whole lot you can do. So getting stunned really sucks. Having stun threshold is huge. This one's pretty good. Lots of energy shield, which I have something else which converts my energy shield to mana, so that's huge. I like this one. That's so much mana. 101 energy shield. This one might be even better. But it doesn't have the stun threshold, which kind of sucks. Wait, how much rarity? 24, that's 25. They're not super great on rarity. You can see there, it goes back to exalted orbs. So these ones are way cheaper. I think the one I want is maybe... It's really tough between these two. That's like 5 more mana, 4 more, that's like 9 more mana. Plus 2 ends, which is like 8 more, roughly, because of the stats I have. Okay, so like 20 more mana, but this one's stun threshold. I think I've got an exalt for divine. Cool. Let's try it out. Maybe they're on. Nice. And then I just typically wait a little bit, just in case. Wait until they get to their hideout before I teleport to them. Otherwise you wind up in their map, potentially. And then I wait for them to trade, because they've got to pull it out of their stash. I'm not gonna brick these ones. So there we go. I just bought a pair of boots, which is slightly better than what I had, but has no movement speed, but we don't care. So you can see there I just became way slower, but I'm actually faster. So here's my movement speed now. Here was my movement speed before, which kind of is a little hard to tell, but it should be faster. DPS should be higher too. Oh no, actually no, DPS will be lower because we have less strength. So if we go to attacks per second, 8.06 to 8.7, that's like a 10% boost to movement speed. Okay. Let's go here and we're gonna make it better. While you're leveling, while you're low level, get armor scraps. So if you're like level 20, 30, whatever, and you see superior armor drop, that's huge. That's like an exalted orb. It's big. It's big good. You want those. Okay. So I'm gonna boost energy shield here, and you can watch my mana go up 53.42. Oh wait, hold on, what? Yeah, 53.63. So an extra 21. Then we're gonna socket it. Now, at this point, I could chaos it, or I could corrupt it. No, not chaos it. I could vol it, but I'm not going to, because I did that previously and it just completely bricked my item. Okay, so the thing I care about now is I want one of these soul cores. While you're playing the game, you might get a lot of these runes. Some of these can be really useful because you can socket this into your gear and get like some resistance. But soul cores are where like a lot of the end game is. Howdy, Pablo. And one of the most important is as Azkipa, which, oh dear God. Okay, that's expensive as hell. The boots are 1 divine. The freaking soul core is like 4. Okay, we're not gonna do that. I probably need like better boots before I do something dumb like that. Alright, so these boots are definitely better. Huge boost. Problem is, even though it makes me way faster, it makes me not as tanky. So we're gonna put these over here for now. Okay. I forget, did I finish this map or am I still going? Still going. So once I get some more of these like special gems that give me all res, I'll be able to switch out the boots. I just don't want to do it right this second because I'm gonna like literally drop off a cliff on my cold res. So once you get to the end game in Path of Exile, your resistance really starts to matter. You'll find yourself getting absolutely shredded if you don't have it, because it's basically like a multiplier. So if I've got like 75% resistance, I'm taking 1/4 the damage, right? And of course, you can get up to like 90%. That's like the true cap. But getting past 75 is kind of tricky. You've got to get like certain passives or certain pieces of gear that have certain buffs on them. Breaches, these are my favorite. So, and these things, this is like one of those end game things that happens. And there's these little hands in the ground, and when you hit them, big AoE happens. First starts expanding, and you can see this, it spawns monsters inside of the AoE. And as long as you're killing the monsters fast, it keeps getting bigger. But as it continues getting bigger, you have to kill monsters faster and faster. So it'll naturally close as it, you can't keep up forever. But these are big good. Really, really nice because you get lots and lots of loot. And very, very plentiful. So this is kind of why I made this character, is because my witch just could not keep up. Because it requires like lots of movement speed, lots of damage, lots of AoE. And now we get the loot. Another thing that's important is item filters. So when you're going through the campaign, you don't really need an item filter. Just pick up any superior armor that you get, and exalted orbs are super nice. Most items are going to be pretty useful through the campaign. If you're solo self-found especially, because then you can like do your own crafting. And I'll show a little bit of item crafting in a little bit. Once I get a couple more of these breach rings, we'll do some crafting. Alrighty. There's also like these passives you can get as you kill bosses at the end game. You'll get like this atlas tree, and this will boost like your loot. You get more waystones, you'll get more breach stuff, expedition stuff, all that stuff. To get this one, you've got to kill like T15 plus bosses. So you'll notice there's things like irradiated and corrupted on maps. That makes it more challenging, makes the monsters higher level. Really good for experience. So once you get to a higher level, like your XP drops off a cliff. And pretty much the only way you're going to be leveling is if you're doing like higher level content. So you gotta do like the maps and stuff. Okay, so I've gotta go down there. Wait, what's the fastest way to get there? Maybe this way. One thing I really need on this character that'll make me like so much more survivable is there's this flask you can get. It's like 40 divine, which is very, very expensive. But it fully restores your mana instantly when you use it. The current one that I have basically does nothing. And it's basically just like the best one to that one. It's like there's like no in between. Oh yeah, also, you'll find like the hooded one pretty early on. You probably already have them. If you control click, it will immediately identify all your stuff. So you don't need scrolls of wisdom, you can just do that. Okay, we got a ring. For these, I need attributes on it. It's like required. So I'll take an essence of the infinite, pop it on there, and then I'll just continue doing it like regular. I take breach rings up to rare, and the reason for that is so that I can recycle them at the like this bench. It's for recycling like same items. And then you get more more rolls, which is super nice. Okay. We got these bad maps that we're not gonna do. And some good ones. I always alchemy my waystones. It's super, super worth it. If you don't do it, you'll run out of waystones. So when you get to the end game, keep alchemy orbs on you. Very, very, very nice to have. Okay, let me go through here. And we just do this, and now they're worth way more. And then we can vendor them. Am I already maxed out? No. No. This build goes way harder. I'm at the, like, mid-game of this build. I am, like, a third the speed. I'm slow. This build goes hard. I can show you my other character, too. So, this is the first character I made. Or I guess second character. The first one I made was a sorceress, but I just didn't like how slow Spark was initially. Although it becomes the best build in the game. Who would have thought? Okay. So, I'm missing some pieces of gear, which I stuck in the bank. Okay. So, here's my minions. I've got a whole bunch of them. You can see here, their DPS is like 7k each, and there's almost 20 of them. So, it does good damage. The downside to this build, let me just pick up at least something. Alright. Wait. I can switch characters for a map? What? I didn't know that. Okay. So one thing that's real important when you're playing Path of Exile is rarity, or like item find. And the build I was playing, the like staff guy, is missing one very crucial thing that makes it not the best. And this is why the sorceress is so much better. And that is, I can't wear a shield. There's this one specific shield that you can get. It's really, really strong. Nice shirt. Thanks, Gwen. Still not selling it. You made your app in TypeScript? Oh, you remade it in TypeScript. Nice. So this one here, see the shield? Increased effect of socketed soul cores. This goes up to 666%. Now, you can also corrupt it to get an extra socket. So let's say you have like a 600 and then you get like 3 empty sockets on this thing. This here is an insane shield, 27 divs. It's actually pretty cheap. I mean, the armor and energy shield kind of sucks. Maybe that's why it's only 27. But, oh, this one's crazy. 32 divs. You can socket this with 3, like 10%, right? So typically that would be 30%, but because of a 628% increase, it's times like 7.3. Oh yeah, this is the other thing. PoE, very math heavy. If you like spreadsheets and numbers, Path of Exile is a pretty good choice. Anyways, so, you know, 30 times 7.3. So you're looking at like, it's like 210 or something rarity. Like magic find on your freaking shield is insane. I don't know why this one's so much. It doesn't make sense to me. This one's a perfect roll, so I guess sure. But good god, they get expensive fast. Right. Let me show off this build a little bit. So if you're doing a minion build, this is kind of what you can expect. Yeah, let's boost this one. So then I just ball it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It's been a while since I played this build, because as soon as I made my other character, I was just like, this is amazing. Even at low level, you can get some items that are just ridiculous. So here's kind of how it plays. Basically, you set up little fire pits, and then you just dodge around, trying not to die, while your minions kind of do everything. If there's a rare, you press E on it for vulnerability. Other than that, you just kind of go through. I think I can probably swap some gems on my snipers and make them way better. Way more better. Hold on, let me switch this up. We've got heft, scattershot. It already has scattershot. I think there might have been another one. Early game, you're not going to have many of these. But once you get late game, or if you want some, you can just whisper me and invite me to a group, I'll give you some. These are super great. So you want to have at least some. Fork. I think fork is the one. Okay. Are there any of these that I can remove? Scattershot, I need that one, I need that one. They are all very, very useful. I could get rid of heft or feeding frenzy. I guess we'll get rid of that one for now. Okay. So I just made a change to my gems for this character so that hopefully I have a lot more AoE. Oh yeah, shields, really awesome because you can go zoom like this. Not as great as teleport by any stretch of the imagination, but better than nothing. So I'll typically like dash, and then I'll roll out of it because you can animation cancel it. And yeah, this is how this build plays. You can see it's way slower at killing, but it's also significantly tankier. Just because it actually has some block. You can also just bring your shield up and then you'll have like perfect block. Like you'll block every, or 100% of the time. Okay. So that's how this one kind of gets through a map. Now back to the broken one. Oh, actually, wait. I kind of want to show... Yeah, we'll go back to the broken one. I'll finish this map, and then I'll show you what it's like at a low level. There's some pieces of gear you can get, which are crazy, crazy, crazy strong early game. In fact, I wonder if I have enough of the gear where I can just... Oh, that's amazing. I can just, like, pick up where I left off on the other character. That's cool. Yeah, you can see here just like complete night and day difference. This one's way faster, but squishier. For bossing, my witch is still better, and it's also way cheaper. Getting the witch to where it's at was like 3 divs. Getting this character to where it's at was like 30 div. And they can both clear about the same content. This one might have a bit of an edge. But while leveling, you won't use the skill that I'm using, you'll be using this one. And it's pretty OP. I hope that Triple G or whatever, the company, make more big open world maps, or open maps. and not so many like little catacomb tunnel places. Hey Carrie Ames, glad to have you here. Alright, take care. Like, you can see how much bigger the breach gets when it's actually like a nice big... Oh, there it goes. It's just massive, and I really enjoy that. Oh yeah, something, if you are at mapping, that you may not know is there's something you can do to your maps to get significantly more delirium like fragments. So I'll show you that in a sec too. There's two things you can do. When you're first starting out and you haven't fought the boss yet, like me, you're not gonna get delirium on your maps by default, or like this delirious state, but you can force it. Okay. So you gotta check the prices of these because it gets expensive very, very fast. But there's this thing over here. Right here. These. They're more useful than just for your amulets. So you'll notice my amulet gives me step-like mist. So I'll show that first. So when you're playing Path of Exile, sometimes there are these nodes that are really nice. Not the big ones like this, but the smaller ones like this. The far-sighted, near-sighted, whatever. One of these that's really good for this build in particular is one that's a little bit out of the way. Oh, where is it? This one? Yeah, Falcon Technique. 1% increased attack speed per 15 dexterity. Pretty good. And as your dex scales, you can get like 800 dex plus. This becomes wildly useful. So if you hold down Alt, it'll show these distilled emotions: suffering, suffering, despair. That one's very expensive. But some of these other ones are not so expensive, like this one here, which gives you extra movement speed and mana. Pretty nice. You can see it's despair, despair, ire. So if you have this, first of all, they're basically sorted by price and by rarity. And if you put them in the right order, you'll get that ability on there. I don't have any despairs. That's this one here, I believe. But you can right click on your emotion and then you can click it and you can see what it will instill. So you can see that 3 ires will give you insulated treads. Of course, I forgot some of the others. You can see like some of the permutations don't work, others do. You can see the order also matters. And that's kind of how it works. We're not going to instill our amulet with anything different. I like the one that has. But something else you can do, and this is the thing most people don't know, is you can take these and you can put them on maps. And you get delirium modifiers. So you'll get a little bit of deliriousness, and you'll also get like some other buff. So like, I'll just show a couple of these ones off. Greed is a nice one, but it's expensive. So if I do, let's say we have this, yeah, sure, we'll do this one. So if I put greed on here, rarity of items found. It's nice. The problem though is it's very expensive. So if I go over here to breach, let's see, where is it? Delirium. I choose Exalted Orb. You can see that like it's like one of these greeds is like 2.5 exalts. So kind of pricey. I'm actually gonna sell some of these. Because why not? Make a little bit of profit there. Boom. But this is a very useful way to get deliriousness on your maps. Later on, once you beat the boss, there's a much more useful way to do this, and that is right here. Waystones found have 20% chance to have random instilled emotions applied. This is huge, because you can get like all sorts of emotions. You can get like wild delirium, and it's free. Some other stuff. There's a couple early game uniques. So if you're still really early game, and like all this map stuff is way too far away for you, there's a couple items that are seriously ridiculously strong for like the first few levels, and you can get them for like 1 exalt, which is very cheap. If you like exalted orbs, you may not find that many, but if you just get some superior armor drops, you can destroy them in a bench and get some armor scraps, and then you can do nothing with those armor scraps until you get past the first campaign. So once you beat Act 3, you get the currency exchange. That's when you're able to trade. But then you can take those armor scraps and you can convert them into exalted orbs. Do I not have the helmet? Where is it? I don't have the helmet. I thought I did. Let me see. I might have it on a low level or something. Oh, you know what? I bet I know which character has it. No, I don't have it on this one. Is that it? I don't think that is. There's this one unique helmet, gives you like 50 to strength and dexterity. Oh yeah, here it is. Grey make, this one. This one's ridiculous. You can wear it starting at level 5, and it goes pretty hard until like level 30. Tons and tons of stats, tons of hit points, tons of everything it gives you. Yeah, it's like super duper strong. But anyhow, I'm gonna do this tower real fast, and then I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I've been streaming for a while, so hopefully you enjoyed the peek into like how I play PoE. And if you've got any questions or if you want any items or whatever, I can play more later, Galahad. But I do need to eat. I've been going since like about noon 30 today, and we should play more? Yeah, I'll play more eventually. If you get in, I'll gear you up? Yeah. Like, I can gear the hell out of you. I can make you disgustingly OP for the campaign. That's your favorite style? Guild win? I guess I could make a guild. Puke OP? Oh, you mean like... You like being super OP? Yeah. These towers are not so bad. Like, I don't like them on my witch. And most classes don't like towers. But they're not super bad on this character, because everything's like a straight line. You just go straight. Okay. So, these are super great. You want to hit towers when you get to the end game as much as possible. Like, Shrine Hideout. I don't think I have that one. How do we type at 135? You just type and you just do it. I don't know, how do you not type at 135? It's just a lot of time in front of a computer. Like, I program, I'm in front of a computer all the time. If I didn't type fast, then what would I even be doing, you know? Like, I don't know. Gotta go fast, zoom zoom. I mean, I also walk fast. I just like going fast. This is also why I play this character on Path of Exile. Like, come on. It's like, this character goes super fast late game. Am I Sonic? No. Not Sonichu either. And if you know that reference, I'm so sorry. I'm on PoE? Yeah. Hi, Cthulhu. Alrighty. Let's see, do we have any bad waystones that we don't want? Yeah, we'll just do this one. So, if you get a hideout, don't use a good waystone on it. It's a waste. You keep hearing power over Ethernet, right? I didn't have to bring up Sonic. Well, someone mentioned Sonic, and like, for some reason it was like on my mind. Anyhow. Yeah, these hideout areas super short, so don't waste good waystones. I really want like more dexterity. There's this one amulet I want, but it's like crazy, crazy, crazy expensive. So you want to see how expensive things can get? There's this one amulet, what's it called? I think it starts with... I'm drawing a blank. It's the one with like you know what, it's the only one with like plus all attributes of like 90 plus. Yeah, Astromentus, this one. It's like 115 divines. It's crazy, crazy expensive. But my god, is it good. How much is that in foony gold? A gazillion. It's expensive. You don't know if you want to build Flicker Strike? You can do this on a monk. It's a slightly different build than what I'm doing, but it works. I'm not playing a monk. Okay, here we go. Now I can do a delirious map. So, you'll notice there's no delirium modifier, right? But when I do a map with delirious, it kind of automatically has delirium, like a delirium light. You're not gonna get like the essences to make more maps for delirium when you have this on, so don't run this if you're running a map with delirium. It seems like they don't stack. At least I ran like one or two and I wasn't getting any of the essences. I didn't see any mirrors. But you'll notice you're kind of like in the delirium state, and it's just kind of permanent for the entire map. So I think it makes the map maybe more dangerous. It adds some like little boss guys, or mini bosses. We'll see if we find one. But they drop simulacrum splinters, which are very valuable. So it's a nice thing to run these maps. But more than that, you'll get the little tablets that let you get delirium on your maps. So if you're struggling with tablets for delirium, this really helps. You thought only the monk used staff? This build abuses attributes. So this particular staff I'm using is Staff of the Caged God. The more int I have, the more AoE and damage I do. The more dexterity I have, the faster I attack. and the faster I move. The more strength I have, the more damage I do, and the more HP I have, but who cares about HP? So yeah, you'll notice I'm getting these simulacrum splinters all over the place now. Got a handful of them, a few. So that's what you get from having delirium on your maps. I really wish there were less on-death effects. I hate getting, like, exploded by mobs after they're dead. It's, like, such a bad feeling. PoE, not software in game dev? I know, right? Like, what's wrong with me? Something else with this build is you've got, like, two main weaknesses, or three. If your mana runs out, you're dead. If you get frozen, you're dead. And if you get stunned, you're dead. That's how you die. One of those three things happens. Or if your life hits 0, you're also dead. So that's the fourth way that you can die. But in order to not get frozen, there's a really useful passive you can get where the more dex you have, kind of like the less chance you get frozen or any ailment. It's super, super powerful. And it scales so nice. Okay, so I'm in danger right now because I don't have much mana. And this is something that getting that flask that's like 40 divs and insta restores your mana would help with. But we got it. All the engineers you know love to play PoE. Yeah, I like the math. It's a very math-heavy game, and if you're good at math and you're good at trading, it's a natural fit. Oh, speaking of trading, perfect timing. Alva has completed one of your currency exchange things. We just made a shit ton of exalts. Okay, let me clear some inventory space. Okay, maybe that's enough space, hopefully. Oh. God. Never mind. We made almost nothing. Gosh darn it. I should lower the price. Problem is, you don't get refunded your gold. So, it's going down to 66. I need to lower the price. I think I just eat the loss and we reprice it. Because if it's already down to 66, my concern is it's going to take a while for it to go back up to 71. I think I want to list it either 69 or 70. I think 69. Looks like we can, yeah, we'll do 69. Which still is profit. Oh, but wrong, 69. Okay, 69 times 16, so it's basically 7, so that's like 1140-ish minus was 1124. Shoot. No, messed that up. 1120 and then 1104. There we go. You need an overlay. There is an overlay, but it's still a bit buggy because this is still like early access and it's only been out like a few weeks. Oh, is that a pillar of the caged god? Oh shit. See that on death effect? Almost murdered me. Almost got there. Okay. More waystones, more gold, more trading, more exalts. But yeah, this is a slightly custom build based off of another build, so I'll share the build with you real fast. The one that it's based off of, but I do a couple of changes because the other build is kind of a lot more endgame, and there's some differences that you do between this build and that one. I need some teammate help. That would help, for sure. So here's the build that it's based on. And it's a quite strong build. Oh, sorry, no, wrong one. That's for my minion. Wait, hold on. I still have that open? Okay, that's the minion build. Hold on, let me find the right one. Here it is. Okay. How a pillar gymling. This thing is busted, but not as busted as a sorceress. The problem, though, is if you want to get the sorcerer or sorceress to be like really OP, you have to invest like 300 divine. Because you need like this one chest piece, and the only way to get this chest is to get through a trial without getting touched by anything for any reason. So it's like a gauntlet of like 30 rooms, or roughly, and you cannot get hit at all by any of the traps, by any of the fire, by any of the projectiles, by any of the mobs. And you have to have a relic that is like 150 divines slotted, and you have to get through the whole damn thing without getting touched. You also have to get through 4 bosses. It's wild. Okay, so we're gonna try this. We're gonna socket it. Okay, so you can see mine right now is 2-11 and it's corrupted. It's slightly better, but let's try. Okay, let's just yellow it. Oh shit! 2-11. That's pretty damn good. Not the best. It was basically tied with what we had. That's a good one. Became good. Not big good, but became good. Alright. I'm curious, how much is that worth? So Pillar of the Cage God, and this one does 11% increased weapon damage. Pull this up over here. Weapon damage for 5 strength. 11. It's worth 3 exalts. What? Okay, fine. What's 12 worth? A divine. That's it? It's such a big difference. Okay. Well, fine. What if I want 3 rune sockets? It's 5 exalted? Are you kidding? Why am I wasting my... Oh, never mind. That was fake. It's 1 divine. Well, maybe. Maybe it's 1 divine. 2 exalted orbs only. Oh, it's so cheap. It's like 10, 9. Can I get both? Increased weapon damage. It's impossible to get both. Really? Oh, but I need quality on it. And these silly people don't have quality on it. Okay, hold on. Let's do 20 quality as well. Where's quality on this list? Can I make this smaller? It seems very big. Quality, there it is. Well, let's do max quality. It's only 10 divine, or exalted. Oh my god, it's so cheap. Okay. Well, there's no reason for me to try to make a better one of these. Let's just stick it there. Oh yeah, also, something that you can do when you get, if you want to get like sweaty, is you can have 2 sets of skills. So I've got like 1 set of skills, and then second set, 1 set, 2 set, 1 set, 2 set. If you notice, my stats are changing, right, between my moves. And there's not much of a delay, but this lets you, if you notice on my passive tree, I have these like green and red lines. So red, that's for weapon set 1. Green is for weapon set 2. So what you can do, like in this build, for example, I can have a whole bunch of curses and like debuffs for the boss, and I can put that on my second weapon set. You can see there it's the second weapon set. And then I can have all of my other stuff on my first weapon set, the main one that I use. Do I use 2 of the same staff? Yes, I do. So you'll notice, here's my first staff, here's my second staff. First staff, second staff, and you'll notice the stats are slightly different. This one has a 1 less weapon damage per 5 strength. So yeah, they're 2 separate staffs. I can pull this one out here, I still have this one. I hope that didn't just break everything. Yeah, okay, we're good. Right, let's pull this one out and put the better one in. Do I swap talent trees between weapons? Skills. So you'll notice my loadout is the same. This doesn't change down here, but you choose which weapon set the skill is allowed on. And then when you hit that skill, it swaps to that set. So you can see here that Siphoning Strike is set on weapon set 1. I don't even use Siphoning Strike anymore because of the change I did to the build. But typically you would use this one to build up rage charges and to electrocute the mob. I don't care about it. I just ignore this. But it's set to weapon set 1, so anytime I use this skill, it's going to put me on weapon set 1. It's just the slotted gems. It's a separate staff. Like, I've got 2 of the same staff equipped. Like, you know, dual wielding almost. Except not dual wielding, that would be cool. You can dual wield. If you're like a warrior or something, you can get like 2 big axes or swords or something. Like big 2-handers. Really cool stuff. Let's buy one of these. 10 exalts. We get a stack of these. Hopefully they're on and respond. Please. What? 60 exalt. And no. It's 10 exalt. Oh, they listed it in 60, but it's priced at 10. It's in their different tab. Yeah, okay. Freaking out here, thinking I'm trying to buy something that's like still not bad, but I don't want to pay that much. Okay, fine. They're not responding. Next one. Oh, this is super nice too. So from the website, you just click this little button, Direct Whisper, and it whispers them in game. And it knows how to do that because you're logged in on both. They're not replying, so we'll go to the next one. Usually if they're on, you get an invite within like 5 seconds. But I'm giving them a little bit more time, hopefully. Still not replying. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Someone has got to like be real here and actually have it. I do wish that there was like just an in-game market where people could list items and you could just grab it. You wonder why they don't have an in-game trading interface? Like the console version does. Wait, the console version? You mean, are you talking about the currency exchange? This is only for currencies. Or is there like an actual, like this version, but in-game? Yeah, I wish there was an in-game market. That would be cool. But again, I understand why they don't. Kind of, it might be a bit dated nowadays though. It's kind of from like back in the day. I think they were trying to capture like that Diablo 2 feel, where you were trading with people. But I mean, come on, like I think we can do better. This isn't a good experience. It's just I think it could be a little bit better. Instead of whispering like, 10 people hoping. Oh, there we go. Looks like we're buying it for 13. And it gets the job done. Yep. There we go. So this is going to make us faster and zoomier. Faster and zoomier. Okay, so we want soul cores. Actually, I think I might maybe have extra. Let's see if I go here. I think I can still see. Exalts, soul cores. Okay, one of these has attack speed. Below total. Do I have any of these? I don't. I need 3. So that means I'm gonna have to do, what is that, 9, 10, 11? I'm such a Scrooge. I should just do 12. It's not worth waiting. Okay. And we'll go ahead and socket our soul cores. Okay, let's see what our DPS is. Oh, too slow. Slightly higher. You can see some of my DPS is lower, like Herald of Ice, which I was experimenting with, but it didn't really do what I needed it to. What about the main stuff? Basically the same, it's just I go faster. Like I'm zoomier. Wait, wrong one. Okay, how much zoomier am I? 8.4, 8.0. Like 4% faster. I'll take it. We can go over here and swap this one out, make it slightly better. And they're not worth selling, but I don't want to get rid of them. I'll stick them over here. Maybe I can put them on an alt or something. Okay. Wait, what is this? Why is this here? Stick that over in this other one. Oh, wait, I need regals. Okay. Back to bossing. Or this stuff. That map's complete. What other maps? Oh yeah, and when you do maps, there's like a goal. So like what I'm trying to do. Don't even want to do it. Okay, you know what? Let's get some fall orbs out as well. And boost that one. Vendor trash. And if we get lucky, We got semi-lucky. We got a 16. But it's kind of trash. My goal is to hit a vol orb on it and then just have it like completely change everything. It's kind of nice. Those are trash. Okay. Hopefully we got a trash one over here. Yeah, that one's pretty bad. Let's see if I can notice the difference. Yeah, I mean, definitely faster. And this is where like the build starts picking up, you know? We can start going faster and faster, and then like every so often, every couple hours, I get even faster. No cap to this move speed. Oh yeah, and I guess I can show some of the other in-game content too. I can show you what like a trial is like and what the chaos thingy is like. Let me do another precursor tablet real fast. I had to give you a jump scare. Sorry about that. Okay, we have breach on just about everything. So let's go for one of the others. We've got Delirium, Expedition, Ritual. Delirium is my favorite, but it's so rare. Ritual is probably my second favorite. I like it because you can see like a bunch of items that you might like, and you can re-roll and stuff, so that's kind of nice. Plus, if you get lucky, you get bank. You had to retreat to YouTube because of the ads? Go for it. I stream on both platforms, that way y'all can watch on whichever one you prefer. Personally, I like YouTube. I do. I like it's got the DVR feature, it has less ads, kind of nice. But I prefer Twitch for the community. Okay, so there's a few other things you get at endgame. There's like the boss things. I can show a breach stone, I guess, but I don't want to pull this up right now. Oh my god, it's dropping even harder. No, it's dropping so much. It's like between 65 and 68. Oh, that's fine. Markets are markets. We made a lot. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we lose. Just how it is. Alright. Right, this prevents stun, so that's why we've got the stun thingy. Curious, what do they have in theirs? They don't even mention any. Spiraling? Alright. So let's see, where is it? Here we go. Okay, we got a lot of these. I wonder if I have any that are higher than 80. I guess 80 is gonna be fine. Okay. Alright, gotta do it here. I find it strange that you can teleport to the Temple of Chaos, but there's no teleport to the Temple of Succumus. So as you progress through Path of Exile, there are these two challenges, the Temple of Chaos and the Temple of Succumus. Succumus is kind of like a rogue-like. You will get buffs and you'll get debuffs as you progress through a series of maps. And I can show you how to like completely beat the hell out of it. It's as soon as like you understand like the importance of relics and things, it becomes much easier. Okay, negative LE res kinda sucks. Pyramids, I wonder how bad that is. We'll see. Whereas in this one, the Temple of Chaos, it's just debuffs. It's just pick the least bad thing. So if you've ever played old school RuneScape, this is a lot like the Colosseum, where it's like some bad things, and then I wonder, can I run through this? Oh, it does nothing. Oh, it does nothing. Amazing. Just basically stand in it. It seems like I've got much more mana issue now than I did before. Oh, it stacks a debuff that's debuff. Oh, okay, it does stuff. Oh god. Okay, it does do bad things. Stay away from it. Your friend got stuck here the other night? How so? What did they get stuck on? It can be dangerous. Like, this can be tricky the first time you do it in the campaign. I almost died the first time. Well, thanks, Arrow. I appreciate it. Take care, Galahad. Glad to have you here. Can I share a link to my build? Sure. So, my build I don't have a link for because mine is slightly custom. However, it's very much based on this build. If you've got questions about the build, I can help, or actually Waggle, who the person who made the build, is on right now, so they can also help. I've actually got a question for them. They've got this one gem, and I don't know what the hell they've got it for. And I'm just getting random. Oh, it might have been. Oh, yeah, that's way late. Sorry, dude. Bought one long time ago. Increased skill speed. Deadly lightning storms. Oh, this one's free. This is free. So you just kind of have to like know which ones suck and which ones don't. Oh, he didn't notice the lever. See, I was playing with a friend, CM Griffin, and I got stuck at the top because I didn't know that there was a lever that you could pull. See, this kind of sucks. I gotta like roll through this. I don't have to, but oh, this is just a survival thing. Oh, let's just play Ring Around the Rosie in a circle. Easy. Yay. Just do this for a minute, and then we win. You still in to download the game? Do it, it's fun. This build is ridiculous though. Like, I love it. It reminds me very much of like a Whirlwind Barbarian build. It's a lot of fun. But one of the main things I did that is different than the build I linked is I changed my Herald of Thunder runes. So I guess I can just kind of stand here and AFK, right? Yeah, nice. So one of the things I did is I put Neural Overload on it. So you'll notice supported skills electrocute primed enemies. This just makes it electrocute just tons and tons and tons. And then I've also got electrocute. So basically I'm just using Herald of Thunder instead of DPS as an electrocute. So that makes the mobs get stunned a lot. It makes the bosses get stunned super fast early on. And it lets me basically always be able to have this buff up here when I need it. So this little beam that shoots out is super powerful. I like to have it for any kind of like rare mobs or for bosses. It's just really strong. And I think the way you're supposed to play the build that I linked is you're supposed to use Siphoning Strike. So it's like you dash with Hand of Chayula, and then you drop Tempest Bell after you do some Siphoning Strikes. So it's like Hand, Siphoning Strike a bunch, Bell, and then it's Tempest Flurry after you charge stuff. But like, that's too many things. Is Foony profitable? Yeah. Less defense? I think we'll do that one. Buffs expire 3 times faster? Yeah, screw that. Not doing that one. So there's a couple bosses in here. and it's just a couple waves. This one's pretty simple. You just like holding left click? Yeah, that's why I changed the build up. So all I do is left click. It's very nice, very simple. The thing on this one, I've got to pick up these soul cores. And you can see I'm just playing with one hand. That's it. It's very nice for anytime you want to do other activities, like watching YouTube while you play. But yeah, like I remember I had some friends who were like, Path of Exile's not chill. You can't. But like, it's kind of second monitor content, you know? Or I guess it's primary monitor content, but you can watch YouTube or you can watch Netflix or something kind of while you do it. Wait, what? Do I lose this core if I get damaged? How does it work? You're taking... Oh, it does damage over time. I didn't know that. You like having Netflix on the side monitor? Yeah, exactly. So this is like a nice game for that. That's also why I like old school RuneScape. It's a good game. Although old school RuneScape is more second monitor content a lot of the time. So that game's got a lot more like semi-AFK activities. So I like to do that one while I code. It's kind of nice. But yeah, the change I made makes it so that you can just basically buff whenever the hell you want and get the big beam sword thing, which is nice. Oh shit. Oh my god, got hit by that. Nice. Oh, you know one thing that really sucks when you get to endgame is there's this one map in particular. It's got like 3 or 4 levers on it. And when you click a lever, it locks you into animation. You cannot get out of it. You cannot roll out of it. So what happens is if you don't kill all of the mobs nearby, all of them, you will die. Because they will start walking on over to you and they'll start like whacking you. And it's like a very long animation. I think that map has, I think it's about 10% of all deaths that I have is because of that one mechanic on that one map. It's so frustrating. That was a bit scuffed, but a kill is a kill. You wonder if a totem build works well on the map? A minion build works really well because the minions will keep you safe. Like, it was totally fine until I started doing this one. Oh, this is a good one. Rare mobs are stronger and more modifiers? Yes, please. One thing in this game, if you're not familiar with it, is that rare mobs with more modifiers means more loot. So they're stronger, sure, but they drop more stuff. I thought the mob did the little spinny thing. I was like, that's new. And I realized, oh, it's just the pillar thing coming up from the other. In PoE1, you could die and your minions would kill everything for you? That's wild. I don't think you can do that here, though. If you die, it's over, which kind of sucks. I'm sure they're gonna change it. It's one of like the worst feeling mechanics right now in PoE 2 is when you die, you lose your map, and you lose like your boss encounter. And these boss encounters are not cheap. So it's a really shit feeling to die and lose it. Oof. This one sucks. This one sucks massive. Like, this one's awful. Monsters release deadly volatiles on death. These things, like, will follow you until you stop moving, or until they catch up to you, and then they will stay where they are, and then they will explode. So if you get stunned or stop for any reason, you just deleted. So really bad to have. This one sucks a lot too, because you go from taking 25 to taking like 40 or 35% depending on what your resists are. So it's like a 60% damage, more damage. And I have no idea how hard this one is. So we'll go with this one. Who cares if we're squish if we murder everything super fast? Oh, is this another one of those soul core ones? Yeah, it is. Ah, here it is. Oh, they changed it in PoE 1 so that you can't have your minions kill everything when you're dead now. But yeah, it's crazy to me that this game is early access. Like, it's already way better than D4, and it's not even, like, balanced and fully out. It's already a better game. Plus, I prefer the graphics, actually. Though, that being said, it is a very tough game to run. It's very, very demanding. You read that a beta was supposed to release in 2020? Well, I guess it's a good thing that 2020 happened then, because it's very polished and it's a lot of fun. Vol Omnitect? What the hell is that? Oof. Less area of effect? Ooh, I don't know about that one. I like having my melee attack hit across the screen. Your old GPU might struggle. I mean, you can lower the settings somewhat. It might still struggle, we'll see. But wait, what is this one? Oh, is it a boss? Hey, it's a boss. Oh, lovely. It's got the... Oh, it's dead. Okay. Well, that was short. You want to get the intel? Yeah, I've heard, like, is that the one that's like, it's new and it's super cheap, the Intel B580? Monsters grant no flask on death. Oh no, what will I do? One thing as well, another tip, get the flasks that give you charges per second. They're really good. Oh, these are cute. What are those? Oh well, they did. Wait, that was it? That was the... Oh, that was... short? That was an easy room. I like that one. Okay, we're nearing the end. Buffs expire faster? Might be good. Reduced mana recovery rate just sounds absolutely awful for this build. This build already struggles with mana. And I don't have the flask. It's like crazy expensive. I'm hoping that like tonight or tomorrow I might be able to get 40 divs and then I'll be able to get the... oh shit. Might be able to get the flask. Oh, it's one of these. It's the worst one. You got FF16 for Christmas? That is a fun game. I really, really like Clive and Sid. Two great characters. Bellatrix, or whatever her name is pretty cool too. But, oh my god, Sid is just incredible. Very great acting. 10 out of 10. I wonder what these thingies are that shoot out like little waves. I wonder if it matters if I get hit by them. Easy as that. Alright. Currently you've been playing Final Fantasy VIII? That's a game. The magic system is unique in that one, but it was still fun. I played it like pretty much all the way through. I did the thing that I always do, or often with Final Fantasy games, which is I get up to the very last boss, and then I don't try the last boss. I just get scared and then I stop playing. Although no, I did actually beat Final Fantasy VIII. I think I popped open like the cheat engine or something, just for the last boss. I don't know what it is. Okay, what is this? Tracking. When above you, they'll fall, dealing physical damage. That doesn't sound bad. This is the boss though, so I don't think we need AoE. Oh god. See, now I just gotta wait for mana to get back up, and that's the bit of a pain because... oh god! Mind over matter is nice, except I kinda need it, because I use a lot of it. But that's okay, because I attack across half the map. Alrighty. But I don't normally do these runs. Typically I'll just do like maps, because with maps I get gold. Lots of gold. And gold is OP for trading. That was pretty painless. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I wonder what we got. What kind of soul cores? Fire res. Requirements, chaos res, nothing too good. That's fine. And a new unique. That's cool. Oh, also, I don't like disenchanting items. I just vendor them. Because gold is superior. Gold is for trading. Alright. This reminds me of Last Epoch. Howdy, Wolf. Yeah, this is like... It's similar to Last Epoch. I like Last Epoch too. I gotta go through here to get to the waypoint. Yeah, there we are. I was having a lot of fun with Last Epoch. Fun in game. But I think this one's got a bit more to it. I don't know, they're both fun. I'll stick these there. Season 2 of Last Epoch is coming out soon? Oh, hell yeah. That'll be fun. Okay, we got one of these. Deadly Fate. How much does that go for? Forget where it's at. There it is. It is 22. Okay, that's something. Could probably get 23 for it, but it is what it is. Added more to the in-game? Oh, heck yeah. Okay, anywho. It's late now. Way later than I meant to stream, so I'm gonna find some of the raid. But yeah, there you go. Some Path of Exile, and maybe you learned a thing or two. And you got to see kind of how I play it. And if you have any questions at all, or if you want help or items or whatever, just let me know. Alright, let's find someone to raid. So we've got CM Griffing. Who else do we have? Adam Jonas. Let's go to here. Thanks for gaming. Yeah, I almost never do it, so I figured, sure, I'll game one of these days. I figured it was time. Oh wait, same category. Okay, cool. So, wait, and same category. But what? I thought I switched it to. Oh, was I in the wrong category this whole time? I thought I switched it. Ah, no. Okay. We'll raid Sam Griffin for now. Take care, y'all. I actually still had quite a few viewers for PoE. That's amazing. Alrighty.